up, everybody? Good to see you today. Let me load this in. Hope everyone's doing awesome. And ready to wrap up this Darkest Dungeon campaign, because that's the goal tonight. Should happen. 3 quests, but none of them are, well, the third Darkest Dungeon quest is a very long quest, but we should be able to get through them all. And I don't have anything else happening later this evening, so this is a great day to do it. And I'm sorry I missed yesterday. I'm trying to listen to my body a little bit more when it tells me something's wrong. And Monday night we had some 20-man raids for the WoW Guild, and I didn't attend those because my head was hurting. It wasn't like full-blown migraine, but it was really close.
You answered the letter.
So
now,
I skipped Monday night's raids, and then I wasn't live yesterday because it kind of just continued, and I think I just needed a little bit of rest. And it's weird because I always feel guilty for missing any streams or anything I have an obligation to. And I was trying to figure out how I could possibly feel worn out or tired, because I don't feel like I do that much overall, but when I kind of took inventory of it, I have been doing quite a lot. Maybe not physically as much, but a lot of tasks that are very mentally draining and engaging. And so, yeah. Anyway, tonight's the finale for the Darkest Dungeon Bloodmoon completion campaign. And we'll detail kind of what we've done so far, and then we'll get ready, because the first quest we're going to do tonight is often considered to be one of, if not the hardest quest in the game. And we'll talk about that a little bit. So let's go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, or are tuning in live on the YouTube side, the time you guys choose to spend here, it's awesome, it's amazing, and it's extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today, we are aiming to complete our Darkest Dungeon Bloodmoon campaign. We have killed every regional boss, we have cleared the entire courtyard, we have gathered all ancestor artifacts. We lost 4 people on 1 squad wipe on week 62. There were no other deaths in the campaign. So, we're right up on the end of it. So let's take stock of where we're at and see where we're going. Alright. Countess is dead. Okay. I mean, I can put them on the roster, it doesn't matter. But I won't use them. I won't have time to use them. Okay. Alright. We've got these ones who came out of the Countess encounter, so they need to be stress healed. I need to determine what I'm sending, who I'm sending on the second Darkest Dungeon quest. And the reason is, last year, my finale, my 4th quest group was a 2-man group, because that avoids the come unto your maker auto ability, which instantly kills 2 of your people. And basically you just cheese it by sending a man-at-arms with bolster and something like a crusader, and you use shard dust, which refreshes limited use abilities. And the downside of it is it inflicts a bunch of stress, but the crusader can stress heal. So you just take like 6 shard dust and you spam shard dust, and eventually your team is sitting at around 100-ish dodge, even without trinkets. And you basically just cheese the fight by not getting hit much, if at all. but it's cheesy. And while it's a legitimate strategy, it uses items in the game, it uses game mechanics, it does feel a little flat. So this year I'm going to do something riskier. It's basically a similar strategy, but it's risky because you don't have the benefit of guaranteeing that you're at exceptionally high dodge. Essentially, I'll be sending a Crusader, but the counterpart will be a Houndmaster. So here's a Houndmaster. And basically through double dodge trinket and guard dog, they can get up to 82 dodge guaranteed every turn, or 80-ish, and then over 100, just at 100 or just over 100 if they guard consistently, but that does lower your damage output. So they essentially guard the Crusader, and the Crusader does the healing and the stress healing and a fair bit of the damage. Now, the only problem is that the final phase, when you're fighting the heart, the attacks there hit both party members. So the Crusader's gonna get hit. The Houndmaster will be able to dodge a lot of it just because of the high dodge. Assuming that works out. We know how how dodge has worked for us. But the Crusader will get hit, so they have to be resilient enough to get hit a few times. So yeah, that also means I have to adjust, because normally in Quest 2 and 3 of the Darkest Dungeon, I send a Houndmaster to both of those quests. Now the problem with that is I only have 2 Houndmasters, and a character will refuse to re-enter the Darkest Dungeon. They will do one of the 4 quests, and they will never re-enter. They will flat refuse. So I only have 2 Houndmasters, so if I send one on 2 and 3, I don't have one for Quest 4. And in Quest 2, you need to have somebody, generally speaking, you have to have somebody who can guard. And the reason is, you get 3 of these torches, Talisman of the Flame. They guard somebody from the revelation attack that the warlords use in the second quest, but you only get 3 of them, which means one of your party members does not have one. And the only way to protect them from getting that attack on them is to guard them. The only 2 units in the game that can guard for the hero characters is the Houndmaster and the Man-at-Arms. I can't send a Houndmaster, or if I send a Houndmaster on Quest 2, I don't have a Houndmaster on Quest 3. Now, the Houndmaster's really useful on Quest 3 for a couple reasons. It's a long quest. Exceptionally long. Which means stress heal can be very important, and a Houndmaster stress heal hits everybody in the party when it hits. There are also a number of beast-type enemies in the third quest, and the Houndmaster's primary attack, Hound's Rush, does bonus damage versus beasts. It's not a huge amount, but it is extra. That's useful. They also have a guard ability, which is very nice to be able to guard someone in the party who may be low on health. Or just need additional guarding. So, if I don't send a Houndmaster to the third quest, probably the only viable replacement is a Jester for stress healing, but that leaves me without someone who can guard. And that does leave someone like the healer in the party vulnerable to being hard targeted. And it's a very long quest, so you have to have a healer. I could send a Man-at-Arms for the second quest, or for the third quest, but they have very limited applicability in the fights. I can send a Man-at-Arms for the second quest in place of the Houndmaster. The Houndmaster is also useful in the second quest for similar reasons. Damage to beast-type abilities, but also damage to marked targets, which is one of the best ways to kill the Templars in the second quest, because they have very big hit point pools and are extremely dangerous. I can send a Man-at-Arms instead of a Houndmaster. They don't have mark synergy, which lessens the rest of the party's overall impact, but they assume the position of being able to guard the Vestal for the sake of the Revelation attack. Now, the only problem with that is my Man-at-Arms isn't ready to go, and Quest 2 is up, so I really can't send a Man-at-Arms on Quest 2. So the only place I can send him would be Quest 3, And quest 3, he doesn't really offer enough. So I might be doing quest 3 without somebody that can guard, which puts my healer on that quest in some danger. So it's a lot to consider. It's a lot to consider. So quest 2, you fight Templars that are 2-tile units that hit very hard and have the Revelation ability. So you have to have someone who can guard. Generally, I send a bounty hunter on that quest because their ability to do good damage is, well, really good, especially against marked targets. They can be one of the fastest ways to get through the Templars. But they need someone who can mark. Generally, I send a Houndmaster because the Houndmaster can not only mark for the bounty hunter, but can guard the Vestal, who doesn't have the talisman. But if I do that, quest 3 is sans Houndmaster, because I need to have a Houndmaster for quest 4. But I can't send a Man-at-Arms for quest 3. They just don't have enough ability. So if I was doing this like I did last year, quest 2 would be Leper, Bounty Hunter, Houndmaster, Vestal. And I can do that again. And then quest 3 was Hellion, Flagellant, Houndmaster, Vestal. But I don't have a Houndmaster to send on that quest. So I think the best one is Jester. But that leaves me without a guard ability, which can be very valuable because the Mammoth Cysts in quest 3 can hit really freaking hard. The other option is something... I could send a Plague Doctor who can do really good damage, but also can cure Blights and Bleeds, which are quite common in the third quest, Blights particularly. But they don't have any stress heal built in. The Flagellant can stress heal, but he gains stress by doing so, and eventually he'll stress all the way out. Although you can camp 4 times in the third Darkest Dungeon quest. It starts you with 4 firewood. It's a lot to think about. Alright, well, one thing that has to happen is these folks need to be cured of their afflictions. Alright. What's up, Cool Dan, Jimmy, JJ, Saline, Ovi, Andy? Good to see each and every one of you. Hope everyone's doing well today. TNT, good to see you as well. So a Leper offers really good just damage and staying power for the second quest, which I think, and personal stress heal, which can be very good. Apparently they're off doing something, so. Oh, they've already gone in. So it has to be them. And it would be them for the final, or for the third quest. Yeah, you can see demonstrated right there. They refuse to go back into the Darkest Dungeon. And you can, by the little torch they have, is indicating that they've done a Darkest Dungeon quest. So this is a solid group for Quest 2. They have some stress heal, they have marking synergy, they have high single target damage to the big targets. They have consistent healing from the Vestal, and they have heal and stress heal, and then group stress heal. I don't have to send a Vestal to this. I could get away with sending... Probably, I could get away with sending an Occultist. But the Vestal's not really the question here. The question is, or the concern here is losing or using one of my Houndmasters for this quest. Kind of want to keep that affliction. He stays with plus 10 dodge. If only. If only. So if this is my group for quest 3, or 2, then my group for quest 3 becomes... Hellion in position 1. Flagellant in position 2. Jester in position 3. Yeah. Jester in position 3. And then Vestal in position 4. And then my final quest is Houndmaster, Crusader. Because Bogu's already gone. I need to get rid of Nervous. Not you. Looking for anything I need to take off before quest 3 rolls around. They're gone, so I can't check them. Everyone else is occupied, so... Alright, get his... Alright. I think we get ready for this quest. This is the party that I think is going, so... Everything's already upgraded. Alright. So these 3 take a talisman. She's gonna take double healing trinket. Okay, I think Candle makes the most sense because it's damage, speed, and dodge, which gives him a lot of what he needs since he can't take 2 trinkets. For the Leper, I think Ancestor Signet Ring. Lepers always need accuracy, gives him some prot. And then for the for the Bounty Hunter, I think probably just damage. Ancestor's Pen makes a lot of sense. So does Crescendo Box, though. It doesn't give the crit, but it gives more raw damage and it gives speed. What else could be used there? Damage versus marked? Only helps if they're marked. But it does give crit versus size 2, and all the Templars are size 2. But it's 20% damage versus marked versus 15% damage versus all. And he shouldn't have trouble with accuracy if they're marked. Yeah, I think Crescendo Box might actually be the best call. Which I wouldn't have initially thought until I kind of looked at it. Yeah. Okay. I think they're about as prepared as they can be. They've got some good quirks, considering I never fished for any quirks. Luminous being obviously excellent. Let's keep that stun chance just a little bit higher and that damage just a little bit higher. It's slightly less healing, but I would normally go with their Crimson Court book, but I never got it during this run. No, but they debuff Prot. And he shouldn't have any accuracy problems, but I mean, if he does, he does. Yeah, because this one debuffs Prot, which is good against some of the high Prot enemies, but I don't expect him to have too much trouble with accuracy. His base accuracy on Collect is 105, so it's not at a deficit. And I think this just offers better overall stat value than Ancestor's Pen, which doesn't increase accuracy either. So really, it would just be the Wolf's Tassel. And that's only accuracy if it's marked. So, against all other enemies, it won't change its accuracy at all anyway. So, yeah, I think I'll stick with Crescendo Box. Don't want to lower dodge. Or hit points. Yeah, I think Crescendo Box is the call. And Candle is just so damn good. It sucks that I got it so late. It's like the last one we got. Alright. Alright, let's do it. We've got stress heals going. We've got one quirk treatment going. Might as well get rid of those. There's no shovels needed. There's no keys needed. All right. Just make sure I have the map available. It's a pretty small map, relatively speaking, but... So, one of the decisions you have to make is there are 3 fights you have to do here, where you use these Hands of Glory to put out the altars. 2 of the fights have a single Templar Warlord or Templar Impaler. And then the other fight has a Templar Warlord and an Impaler. So it's generally considered the harder fight. So you have to decide whether you do it early, when you have all your resources available, or you do it last after camping right before it, in order to have the other 2 out of the way and go into it. Here we go.
The thing has no name, for it needs no language. Nevertheless, those who would submit to its word this will are rewarded in a fashion. The creature's blessings are as repulsive as they are robust. Twisted half-human monstrosities stalk the flesh-ridden halls, protecting their gestating god.
I think I'm gonna go left, up, and finish with the hardest fight.
Madness made flesh. It crawls steadily upward from the pit, supported by the lattice of cyclopean pillars.
Double Priest is a lot of potential damage, especially when he's guarded. So we're gonna focus the other one down. Okay. That also helps keep Torch up. I don't like her being fast early very much because it means her heal comes... Her turn to heal comes out early, and I don't want that. I want it to come after they've taken some damage, generally speaking. Might be a waste of a swing, but better to just get a target out of the way. Nice stress, or nice heal with a little stress heal on it. Okay.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
It hit nobody. We're starting off good tonight, Darkest Dungeon. It hit literally nobody. It could only hit 2 of them, to be fair, but still. Thank you. I've been away for a few days, Darkest Dungeon. It's nice of you to welcome me back in the way I expect you to. Like a bitch. That's better. Thank you. Oof. Don't get to get a heal off on him because he freaking crit.
This expedition at least promises success.
Alright. Fight in this room, and then we camp and do the first of the boss fights. So we have 2 camps available. If we camp and then do this boss fight. Actually, hold on. I need to evaluate this because there's 3 fights, which means this one falls in with... So I need to do this boss fight without camping. This mini boss fight without camping, so I can ensure that the other 2 I have camp buffs. The other way to do this is I can backtrack to here, and there's a fight right here, and get it out of my way so that it's not between me and the next mini boss fight. The only thing is... 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no. If I skip that fight, I can get to it. So this first fight, so I take this fight, and then I camp, and then this boss fight is fight 1, and then I have... If I follow the right path, I won't have another fight. So I can get to the other boss fight. Okay, then I'm good. It's been a while. It's been a year since I've done this, so...
As the light gains purchase,
right, there's a fight in this room that I think has double priest in it.
And purpose is made clear.
Which is dangerous. Yeah, double priest. And a growth. Let's see this mark in action for the... Hey, he guarded the other one. That was beautiful, because if he guarded this one, that would have sucked. Don't get stunned. I need you to attack here. Thank you. Dodge. What do I expect? I don't expect you to dodge, but that's fine. The fucking stationary pillar dodged? Oh, okay, game.
Destroy.
That's why we want Mark synergy here. That was nice. Gotta keep it in order. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Because we can't attack him without hitting this anyway. I'm gonna swing here. Yep. Good resist. That's not okay. That's not what we want. He had a lot of bleed. I don't want to use these two carelessly, but he had a lot of bleed going, so... So just put it right back, huh, game? Appreciate you. It's pretty low damage. Okay. Spreads the damage a little more evenly, which allows her to heal it more efficiently. Damn. That's a lot of damage.
Their formation is broken.
Yeah, he's critting like a madman. That's beautiful. I can't stall here forever, but... Well, then we're gonna camp right after this fight, so I don't really need to stall too much. But a little bit's not gonna hurt me. In fact, it will do the opposite.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Go.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
All right.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Just gonna eat to heal. All right, you definitely we want damage versus size 2. accuracy, and crit. There are no ambushes in the darkest dungeon. Are there? I bet there are. No, okay, good. I'm confirming that I was correct. You can't be ambushed in the darkest dungeon.
All right. The promise of safety.
So now, going to the boss fight, bonus damage, accuracy, and crit, bonus accuracy and crit, bonus dodge and accuracy. All right, this is the first mini-boss fight. Well, probably the easiest of the three, given the Templar and his constituents. Another reason that a Houndmaster is very useful here is these enemies are beast type. It's a great start. He resisted the blight though, which is good. All right, he has to guard her. Every other turn, he has to ensure that he does that. Otherwise, Revelation can put her to full stress instantly.
Quickly the tide turns.
A lot of damage. She's still guarded. Have to guard her on. Oh, it did drop. Okay, so I'd have to guard every turn, but hopefully she won't get hit by it. And if she does, she does. We suffer the consequences of my mistakes all the time. Okay. Intimidate probably was worth it there. Good dodge. He's got 50% prot, and he was like, I just don't want to use my prot, though. I will dodge that. Good dodge. Okay, not bad so far. Okay, good. It didn't hit the Vestal, so. Ooh, big crit. Right when we needed it. I wish your attack was coming after his, so that it would be marked, but still a big crit. I will take it. Let's make sure she stays guarded, because he does get 2 actions a turn. Wow, even with 72 dodge. Gots to love it. He's gonna get pushed. Now we're in really weird positioning, so. Well, I'm gonna do it this way. Never mind. I don't need to mark it if he's the one killing it. That's fine by me. Divine Comfort. We want to come out of this fight as healthy as we can manage, so. Okay. He's a freaking mauler. I don't know if he's thrown 2 attacks this entire dungeon so far that weren't crits. He's crit a lot. Hey, fishing for a crit and got it on the guy that needed it. Okay, there's a non-crit. Oh, he got one. It's fine. We're good.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
So now we go back the same way. Because no matter which way we go, there's going to be a fight. So, either there's a fight in this corner, and then a fight in the room up here, and then another fight, and then the boss. We don't want that. That's too many fights. So if we go back the same way, there's a fight in this hallway, and then if we go to the right, there's a fight here, but if we go to the left, there's no fight. So the fight we just had is fight 1, and you see they're buffed for 3 battles. So we want, this will be fight 2, and then the boss fight, there's a room fight that we have to take, that's fight 3, and then the other Templar is fight 4, and then we can camp before the final boss and be buffed for all the boss fights. Alright. Yeah, he knew the bounty hunter needed to crit for stress heal. He's a team player. That's Sankey for you. Yeah, those guys hit so hard. And there's a fight where the final fight, you face 2 of them. Well, a Templar and a Warlord. They have slightly different move sets, but... Alright, there's a fight here that's double Rapture Priest something else. But double Rapture means you can recover.
Victory.
It's double Priest, double Rapture. Okay, so kill the priests. We'll kill the other priest. Don't you deathlash me, you ugly fucker. Does your mama know you're that ugly?
Well struck.
No guard for you. Ooh! That's a spicy meatball. The stress is getting a little high.
Devastating blow.
The stress is a little lower. Ooh, no crit. Don't guard him, you rapturous asshole. Who you guarding? Nobody. He dead. He's exactly dead, unless he gets healed, but he can't because they're stunned. Get wrecked.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
Well, the priests definitely are beast type. You can see when they do their attacks that their robes basically part, and they do not have a humanoid structure at all. They are essentially just flesh abominations. Fine, I'll do it myself. That's what she just did with the stress heal. You can stall against these guys quite a lot, so... You can also get a little torch. A catnipped kitty!
Been too busy to watch much lately, but gotta keep the streak alive.
Thank you so much. I can certainly understand the busyness. Appreciate you keeping the streak going. 10 months of Prime support. Welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Thanks very much. Now, there shouldn't be any fight over here. Of course, he's the one getting all the stress walking. Alright. There's a fight in this room, which is double malignant growth, defensive growth. Doesn't sound terrible, but I said that out loud, so you know what will happen.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Aileen, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community on a golden Kappa train and getting 1 additional sub on top of that. Thank you so much for that generosity and support for the community and the channel. Zarnia!
Madness can take many forms, but none so contemptible as man's belief in a mythology of his own making for 37 months.
Zarnia, welcome back for 37 months. Welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Much appreciated. Good. It's a low crit fight. Beautifully countered. Sedated. Slide forward, you inanimate pillar, you. Excellent. Okay. All right.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Let's do it. Got a fight with a warlord in this room. Templar warlord. And double flesh hound. Pull. It is. Probably the best target for Revelation because he can stress heal himself. These are beast type, so that allows the Houndmaster a little bit of extra damage. That's their most dangerous attack. Perfect damage, exact damage to kill there. A little bit low on that one. Blight. It's a fair bit of blight. Oof.
A dizzying blow to body
Oof.
and brain.
Gotta keep her guarded.
Inspiration and improvement.
Tomorrow will probably be one of my roguelikes, FTL, Slay the Spire, something like that, and then Saturday will probably start XCOM 2. Now, I had put a poll up in Discord to ask you guys what we should do next for XCOM, but like the trolls everybody is, you just made it a perfectly even poll, which is funny the first time, but not the 37th, and it honestly gives me zero useful information and what people might actually want to see, so I just deleted the poll and I'll just decide for myself.
A momentary abatement.
That's why we guard. This was the opposite of the previous fight where I got through the ads before I got to the boss, so just because of the positioning of the fight and the way my team does damage front to back. Thank you so much for that golden Kappa train. Much appreciated. I do want to keep my stress in check. I can camp before the next fight, next boss fight, but I want my camp to be about buffing, not stress healing, honestly. I'll have a little bit of extra resolution points for stress heal, but I want him attacking. I'm just gonna have to risk her catching a revelation at some point. Maybe not. Well, I'd also like him stress healing, which he also can't do right now. That's a stress heal. Ow! Yeah, double blight from that's annoying. Big damage. No crit, no big hit. That was weak. Well, just risk her catching a revelation, and the game's like, yeah, I'm gonna show you what'll happen if you do that. I'm gonna bank on him going before. It's not gonna revelation twice, so in the turn. Yep. Health is okay. We're just catching a little more stress here than I would like. Got it. Okay. So if we backtrack to the same place, we have 2 fights before the boss fight. And there are no real good stall fights. Because the only fight with double Rapturous... there is a double Rapturous, but it's on the other side of the map. So we already did the one fight with double Rapturous that falls in our path. So we won't have a recovery fight. We'll just have to recover in the fights we have, and then recover at the camp before the last boss fight. Okay. Now, the last boss fight? The last boss fight is 2. It's a Templar and a Warlord. The first guy we fought and the second guy we fought, but the last fight has 1 of each, which is nasty. You really have to get rid of 1 as quickly as possible, and that also means you can face double Revelation. So you really have to guard your 4th teammate. Now, I can camp before the boss fight. I can camp, like, now, and I would have the buff for all 3 fights, but what I won't have is the ability to remove any additional stress we get before the boss fight. So I think it's better to take at least one of these fights, this fight, before we camp, and then use the camp to recover afterwards, if we need to. Which we probably will. Because that just does damage, bleed, and a ton of stress, because of course it does. Her action might have been better served by stunning, but... decent hit from the bounty hunter, and we take care of that one. Good. And we killed the body with the crit, so slides it forward. So this guy's easier to hit, because we can stun this guy with the Vestal. Except she's gonna need to heal, so... he's not guarding. No, I guess it lasts 1 more turn. 1 more round. So just hit him. That's a stress heal. The little one, but it is. I was about to say out loud, we haven't dodged as much as we should have, and then he dodged it, so I'll just... oof. It's a pretty low chance. So we dodge 1 and then get crit the next? Yeah. You're a bitch, game. Mm-hmm. Exact damage is nice. Should have done an AoE heal. Good. Very good. keep swinging. Dodge or take very low damage here. Oh, just kill it. Oh, 1 health! Ah! Of course it puts a bleed on. Alright.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task.
Next fight is just like that fight, except it's only 1 priest. So not just like that fight. It's a malignant growth, a priest, and a rapturous. And it's right here, so. If we can get in before his guard. Go figure. Good thing is they have low stun resist, and my 2 biggest hitters can swing at the priest and maybe kill him in 1 turn.
Reeling, about to break.
Yeah, very possible. Oh, you finally got stunned. 2 health. Of course you have 2 health. Okay. She can heal here, but she can also do that, and then he can heal himself. Which he needs to anyway, because his stress is getting ridiculous. It's not ridiculous, but it's getting high.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Annoying. He has like no move resist and resists it twice. Nice crit.
A momentary abatement.
Health and stress look good for the moment. Yeah, they're bitching.
A momentary abatement.
Okay. Nice. Well, we'll come out of this basically full health and no stress. So the camp can be all about buffing. Or not, you know. Game's like, nah, hold on to that. You'll need that stress. No, I won't. I really won't, game. I promise. Alright.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, here we go. No reason not to eat and knock his stress down. We have a full stack anyway.
Easy companionship.
Yep. Cool. We're as good as we can be going into the last fight, so... Very nasty fight. Wow! Before I even get the chance to guard her, the fucker with 6 speed outspeeds my entire team. I have 9 speed. She has 8. Fuck you, game. And not only outspeeds me, but Revelation's the one target we need that to not happen against. Fucking. Oh, yes. That's what I want. That's what I'm talking about for damage. Now, she might suffer a second Revelation because I didn't guard her, but that was 59 straight damage. Yeah. Now she's going to Virtue Test immediately. Figures.
There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
Fucking serious game. That was big damage though, so. That's a self-heal plus damage, so. I know that I am entirely aware that there is a randomizer on the base speed. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't more often go first with higher speed. Believe it or not, I do understand the mechanics of the game very well. There's a randomizer of up to 8. That doesn't mean that I should expect to lose when I have higher speed. Now I can't guard her, so she's gonna die. She might just have a heart attack and die. Well, the Revelations didn't hit her, so that's good. I wouldn't say a lot of RNG. I would say there's a lot of variance, and variance and RNG aren't inherently the same thing. Because variance happens within a, you know, relatively confined range. But, alright, we're almost through 1. Are you gonna take the guard, or do I guard him? Because he might die before I get to his turn. Dude, you did not just dodge that. That is some bullshit, game. Yeah. He lived. But if I don't heal him before his turn, he might die right now. Fuck you, game. Yeah. All because this fucker dodged on a 20, and she passed her turn. Beautiful. He dodged on a 26 on an attack that has 105 base plus 10, 150. He had a 10% to dodge that and dodged it. We could lose here because our biggest damage source is gone now. Someone has to start talking about RNG. Give the game the opening it needs. And I lose my bounty hunter on the second to last, or third to last quest. They now have more actions a turn than I do until I can kill this guy. We lost somebody because he missed a 9% attack, is what that came down to. And the fact that they got a revelation before I had an action, and then immediately got another revelation on her, on the one turn I didn't guard her, is just special in a very unique way. That's good. Now I can take his turn to attack. with no mark, there's no chance for the giant crit, but... Good dodge. Oh, that sucks. But of the people to lose, if I lose him, I can't guard her. If I lose her, I can't heal. And if I lose him, I don't have a front line. So if it was gonna take somebody, I guess it took the one I could suffer the loss of for this fight. And if I lose these other two, it just makes anything else impossible. Though they won't be used on future missions because they can't be. Two health. Oh, that's annoying.
Does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Had to cost me a 5th hero, huh, game? On a 9% miss.
The maniacal cultists are quelled for a time, but there can be no celebration. Your progress is measured only in progressive realization and dawning horror. You are in the shadow.
That was the hardest one.
end.
Yeah, week 63 was our only losses, and I could have avoided at least 3 of these if I just left earlier. And then we don't lose. It says week 105 because of the endless farmstead runs that we've done. Hey, that's the first or second sun ring I've seen. We've seen precious few. I think I have one, right? Yeah, I have one. Never got a sun cloak this run, though. All right. This next quest is so brutal. Especially because I'm not taking a Houndmaster on it. Dude, they're... I need them for this quest. Fuck you, game. The chance of that is so low. Fuck. So I'm on week 98, which means this is week 98. And then I have week 99 and 100 for missions 3 and 4. It leaves me no flex room, which I probably need to save myself 1 flex in case my plan for the 4th act fails and I have to go back with, like, an actual party. Fuck you, game. Oh, it's the Vestal one, the damage one. You put that with the Profane Scroll, and that's your Bonk Vestal. Or Profane Tome, whatever. I think it's Profane Scroll. I need to level them to level 5. Or 6 if I can make it. They have to go to 48. So they would need to gain 14 experience. Pretty sure the only way that happens is if I go through the Miller. I would have to go through the Miller and have them wearing the portrait. Well, no. I would have to go through... Yeah. I have to go through the Miller and have them wearing the Ancestor's portrait. Or I have to go twice and somehow maintain their stress through 2 full adventures, filling the bar once, at least twice. It's not worth wearing the portrait then. It's probably better to just do the first bar, leave, and then do the first bar again. What's up, Hellgraph? It's going. I'm having to adapt on the fly because the game decided it wanted to keep my other Hellion missing for 2 weeks straight. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. not gonna work. Because I need them in position 1 for Iron Swan. An option. Let's try that. Keep breakthrough on in case she gets shuffled. Okay. Not exactly what I want to be doing, but...
The poor miller. Thrice a victim. The seasons took his livelihood. I took his land.
All right.
And now, uncountable years later, the comet has taken his
Gives us a
humanity.
brief break before the next quest, which is a
My only
long
regret
one.
is that I did not live to see that shoddy mill smashed to pieces by the miraculous bounty I reaped from beyond the void.
Well, it can be a really long one. If you handle the fights well, it can be rather short. But if you get ported to the outside, no bueno.
To a killing blow.
Wonderful. Thank you, game. That was a nice way to greet me. Welcome to this farmstead run where the one thing you want to do is keep this person low on stress. Let's give them a bunch of stress.
Surgical precision. Clarified in a single strike.
And he doesn't have Rampart on, so he can't jump forward easily. It's 2 crits in a row on the heels. That's pretty rare.
Death by inches.
I need to put Rampart on in his other ability, I guess. Probably over command, but I'll have to see. Command is accuracy and crit. Damage when guarded doesn't apply because I don't have guard on, but I guess he can move too, so he's able to reposition quickly. I should have had her stealth reveal, but I never have what I need.
A dizzying blow to body
Yeah,
and
why wouldn't it crit both times they've used it?
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Ah, come on! I have to look at that again, but...
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
That was a pretty low chance to miss there. Yeah, I have to do a farmstead because my only other level 6 Hellion, which I need for Quest 3, has been missing 2 weeks in a row after stress healing.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
So I have to level this one to at least level 5 and preferably level 6. And can you stop landing crits? Please, game. We've, like, barely been here. Piss off. Seriously, what is with the critting?
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Small breeder between Darkest Dungeon quests, and this is how it wants to treat me. Nothing if not consistent.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Good dodge. Big horse. And it immediately goes... It summons, gets its action, and immediately goes into stealth. Wonderful.
Well struck.
It's gonna live with 1 health. I guess I'll kill it, but...
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
129 accuracy, by the way. It has 28 dodge, so ostensibly I have a negative 1% chance to miss there.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Every trample we have gotten has critically hit our man-at-arms. He is not extra susceptible to crits. Like...
Confusion, nerves.
We've been trampled 3 times. Every one of them has critically hit him.
A momentary abatement. crumbling.
Nice.
How quickly the tide turns.
She's getting plus 50% resolve experience for the quest because she's in here with someone who's done a Darkest Dungeon. If I had given her the Ancestor's Portrait, she would be gaining, if they stack, 100% experience for this quest, which would mean at the end she would gain 16 experience, which would be where I need her to be. So I'm probably gonna have to come back when I didn't actually need to, because I forgot of how that worked. I'm doing a farmstead because this character is only level 4, and I need her to be at least level 5 or level 6 for the next Darkest Dungeon quest, and my other Hellion is still missing. What's up, Hillhum? You just died.
The Boy 51 hype, shake the Boy 51 salute.
Welcome back. Thank you for that 34 months. Your bounty hunter just died on the second Darkest Dungeon quest. So, welcome back. Nice. So it sounds like it's going well.
Press this advantage.
Hey, rugs are good though.
Quarter.
It fits with the week. Yeah. That's how it goes. Instantly appears, instantly gets its action, instantly goes into stealth. Why not? Dead. Hey, that's good.
Inspiration and improvement.
Here comes the trample. In a moment. He didn't get critically hit. It's a miracle.
Masterfully executed.
Good.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
All right. There he is. Crit again. Though 4 out of 5 tramples have critically hit him. Beautiful.
Monstrous size has
And no one's in position to kill this crystalline aberration, which means it's gonna hit us very hard.
Be considered a virtue.
Awesome game. Truly awesome. Unless she like crits and kills it. Oh,
Executed with
that's lucky.
impunity.
I don't like when I'm banking on luck. Very annoying. Kill the Sleeper's Herald with a riposte. Never gotten that achievement before, apparently. Well, at least it's a physical heal at a time when I can use a physical heal.
Continue.
Alright. Ah, I was supposed to switch him to Rampart. Small mistake. And switch off of Bolster.
A powerful blow.
Ah! That is weird. I wonder if they, like, broadcast in some specific way that makes them not appear or not available on mobile. Not sure. I was gonna say that heal felt small, but he just has a lot of health.
A momentary abatement.
That's a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. 1 health. Really? We're doing this game? Waste an action for that crap. He even has bonus accuracy on riposts in that mist. Hey, awesome. I get what you're saying. Cool. I will definitely check that out. Okay, you gotta hit the aberration.
Be gone, fiend.
Okay. Good place for the crit. He's got a lot of health, so... Keep the riposte up. Hey, that's a possibility. Smack. Nice. Nice return attack. His set bonus is damage and accuracy of riposte, so... Riposte. However, it's however you like to say it. No horsey stuff, damn it. Well, it didn't fall to the ground, so... Bonk? No. No, I needed to do this quest before I start the 3rd Darkest Dungeon quest because my other Hellion has been wandering for 2 weeks after stress healing. And this one is at level at least 5, if not level 6, because I need them to be fully upgraded. So we're doing this mainly to level them up. Basically entirely to level them up. Game? These misses are not okay. Quit it.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
To be fair, you died in what is generally considered one of the hardest fights in the game, so you didn't go out like a bitch. Probably the only boss fight that is individually considered harder than the Double Templar fight is the Countess. And we did pretty well against the Countess. Yeah, you can get a weekly event that will sometimes bring back someone from the grave, but we haven't gotten one on this campaign yet. And it can happen even on Bloodmoon.
Unnerved, unbalanced. A momentary abatement.
It does. If you revive somebody from the grave, it comes off of your kill count for the purposes of Bloodmoon difficulty limits. Because we had it happen in last year's Bloodmoon campaign.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Good. The most important stress in this is keeping hers low so that she's available to go as soon as this is done. Well, it's a crit for 5 on an attack that has very low base damage. So... I don't know what the damage mod is, but at least 50% lower for that attack. 75. So, yeah. Nice. Take their turn away. Oof. Annoying. Gotta love that that's 5 per turn, but can also crit. And they can self-heal themselves, so... Can't heal through that. Come on. I want to get Battle Ballad stacked, but they're constantly keeping stress on at least one person just too damn high.
Precision and power.
If I had done just a wicked hack, they'd probably die. That'll kill them. Nice little crit.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
That causes too much damn stress for an attack that also does physical damage and blight.
Corrupted curiosities, begging for examination.
Needed a stress heal, didn't get it. Okay. Motherfucker, I'm supposed to change... I just clicked through. All I needed to do was change his abilities again, and I even said last time I needed to do it.
An encounter from the past.
This is a nasty fight.
The future. The ground quakes.
much damn stress. Too much damn stress. That is so weak. Such weak damage. I guess I just gotta kill the slimes first. But they'll do life, or yeah, from death comes life. I'm just getting Battle Ballad stacked up so that I at least have it going for a couple turns. Weak! I can't heal while these are active. The fungus. Can do that. And the Virago's dangerous, so I need to get rid of these. Good dodge. Very important dodge there. There's not much she can do, so. Glad we got all that extra crit so that we can not crit. Now his riposte is down. Start from the front, work our way back on stress heals. She's the one who I need at 0 when this is over. Alright, she'll die to that over the couple turns, even if I don't touch her. Can't stun the Virago, so good dodges. She'll die before she gets another action. Oof, fucking hell.
Injury, palpable fear.
You wouldn't think 10% prot would really make that much of a difference, but you feel it. She's gonna create another one out of that corpse. Seriously!
Cannot be left unanswered.
Oh, come on! Her dodge isn't that high. Can't stun him, but it's the only damage I can really do.
A devastating blow.
This lighting, I commented on this before. The effect isn't terrible, but it's just really bad to look at. Like, on the eyes, like, visually. All of the other lights besides the default are washed out to one color, but for some reason, this one is one of the worst. To me, at least. Well, that's a party.
Reeling, about to break.
That's exactly what I need. Everybody to be marked. Come on! We got twice their dodge. We're not dodging anything. And they are dodging frequently. The hell with that? The Virago's dead.
The wounds of war can be healed. But
Rend the
never
mark here.
hidden.
Oh, at least it's there. Wow, and of course it crits.
As life ebbs,
You would think he was super susceptible to crits, the rate that they've happened against him, but he's not. Nice, he's gonna hit death. Oh, he avoided the bleed, so he won't hit death's door. Wrong place for the crit. Move it back one. Why not?
and now the true test.
Fucking pain in the
Hold
ass.
fast or expire.
There's a virtue test. I mean, we're at the end, so. Fuck you, game. Sorry, that was
Moment
rude.
of clarity in the eye of the storm.
Entirely deserved by the game, but still rude.
Slowly, gently.
I need a stress heal on her.
This is how a life is taken.
I need her not to get, like, incantation. Okay.
Resupply and recover, but be quick. We fall so that we may learn to pick ourselves up once again.
Yeah. She's that close. If I had taken the portrait, she'd have been level 6.
Once, our estate was the envy of this land.
So now I have to decide if I do that again for 2 experience to get her to level 6. And I probably do. Yeah, all her resistances go up by 10% if I get that last 2 experience. Alright,
The poor miller.
gotta clear one bar.
Thrice a victim. The seasons
Better
took
be
his
prepared.
livelihood.
And as strong as
took
we
his
can be
land.
before we go to the
And
final
now,
missions.
uncountable years later, the comet has taken his humanity. My only regret is that I did not live to see that shoddy mill smashed to pieces by the miraculous bounty I reaped from beyond the void.
Alright. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Fitting.
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
Okay.
Decimated.
Beautiful. Nice stress heal off that, too. Hit everybody. Gotta keep her stress down. They should both be dead to... No, he won't be. Well, he will be now.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Alright, first 4 handled well. Could be a big enough hit. She only gotta do 18 with a Pierce. Not quite. That got it. Yeah, nice. No trample for you. Block her.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
Good dodge. Good dodge. It's not a lot of damage when it's only 2 enemies, but... So ridiculous. Okay. Got the bleed.
Obliterated.
Do you see where my cursor is? It was behind the fucking horse, even when it was in position 4. And yet, it had... What the hell, game?
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
My cursor was back here, and it attacked the enemy in position 2.
Surgical precision. Executed with impunity.
My cursor's on the horse! What are you doing, game?
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Back to the pit. Another one falls.
Good dodges. Works really well when I can keep Battle Ballad stacked.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Alright. Nice dodge. Good dodge. He's still gonna get his own stress down, though. Didn't dodge that attack. That's the one I would have liked to have dodged.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, good. I was like, we get his stress down, they do a stress attack. But he dodged it. Camp would be great. Nope.
Corrupted curiosities.
No one has any health missing, so give us a health heal. I wish there was something in the way that that spawns that was a little more geared towards what you needed at the moment. Maybe not entirely, but like a slight percentage chance that if you have stress and everybody has full health, that it gives you a stress heal. How does he riposte if he's stunned? He didn't get stunned, so that answered my question before I was done with it. But if it stuns him, he shouldn't be able to swing back. He's stunned.
A powerful blow. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
That attack is irritating. By far the most irritating. I should have done Battle Ballad. let them stress heal through damage. Unless it gets, like, over 50. And she gives it for, like, 42. That's annoying. No bleed, though. That's good. Okay. That's safe. More enemies are coming.
Pummeling.
Good. Look, I don't know you. I know you don't have a ton of dodge, but you can dodge. 12 blight for 5 rounds. That seems. It won't be 12 for 5. It'll be 12 for 1 more, and then it'll drop to 8. But that's still ridiculous. Should have attacked here. Now she's gonna waste her attack for 1 damage. Oh my god! I am clearly here, game, but nope, now we're gonna take a huge amount of stress because my cursor is over the crystal and it attacks this guy. That's happened 3 times just in this encounter, and it's happened dozens of times in this campaign. That my cursor is clearly in one spot and the game attacks something completely different.
Unforgiving.
Thank you so much for that. It's exactly what we needed. Those are good dodges. It's dead. So is that.
A death by inches.
Who gets the heal on that? For
Exposed to a killing blow.
Does anybody get the heal on that if it dies to blight? She does get the heal. It was her blight that killed it. I was curious if she would. At least we learned something. Don't know how valuable it was, but... You can, but if you don't at least get to the end of this bar, you don't get any experience. So I have to at least get to the end of this first tier. Nice crits. And dying in the farmstead doesn't kill you. The character gets refracted, which essentially functions just like if they go wandering after stress healing. And then they reappear. So The farmstead's pretty forgiving in a lot of ways.
Compassion is a rarity.
And that can also be used like this to gain experience, or you could super cheese it. The first time you get access to Endless, you could just run it a lot and level a bunch of people up if you had the money to maintain that.
The instruments pause, but the symphony will soon continue.
This is a stress heal when we can use it. Or a physical heal when we could use it. So I just gotta make it to the end of this section. Haunting, okay.
Trapped in a blasphemous approximation of reality.
Oh, come on.
Precision and
Good crit on the back. Okay. At least it was low damage. Sets her up for another impale.
the ground quakes.
That was a nice point-blank shot. I appreciate you. I should have hit him, because he probably would have died. Ooh, she's close. I should probably do something about that.
Sedated.
Got him before he took his turn, so. 2 dodges. Alright. Gargoyles. Not too bad. She's very good against them. I gotta get her stressed down before we end, though. I can also work on it at the beginning of the Darkest Dungeon 3 mission, but ideally you don't want to be going in there with a bunch of stress, so.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
They have plus 10% dodge, and you'd think it was plus 40.
Be gone, fiend. Masterfully executed. Another abomination cleansed from
Good.
our lands.
Alright, let's get the Hellions stressed down, because we're going to come up to the end pretty quick. 2 or 3 and we're fine. Okay, we got to kill this guy quickly. We don't have great reach on him right now. I need her turn to come up first, so that she can impale, and then the Hellion can do nothing, because she's stunned. That's gonna hurt. Bank on maybe a massive crit here. She got the crit. Can I get a judgment and maybe kill him? Well, he didn't use his AoE attack, and he got dodged. So, all in all, and it was exact damage to kill him with a judgment. I will take that. Mostly because it was what was given to me. Again, plus 10% dodge, and you'd think they had plus 50.
Vigor
Nice
is
crit.
restored.
Almost full heal. Good dodge and a miss there. Wow. Ah, fuck. Annoying guy in the back. That's okay. She's gonna kill him with a single pierce. We got her below that 90 she was at, so not terrible. Ooh!
Strike.
Trying to cook him. Okay. Here it is. Dead. Good. Fine.
The will to fight falters.
I should really stop buying provisions when I come in here because I never use them. It's pretty weak, but it does put a blight there. Cool. Alright, that does it. She comes out with no stress, so...
Safe from the comet's maddening light. For now.
Alright.
You will endure this loss.
It's not a loss!
From it.
She leveled. Okay.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
None of this really matters. I guess I need him to be available just in case we fail and have to go back. They've already been. All right. That's it. The difference here is normally I have a Houndmaster in this spot. And a Houndmaster can reach rank 4. I'm considering this instead. They don't have a stress heal as consistent as the Houndmasters with Skeet Shot, but they can reach rank 4 offensively, and that's important because you have to be able to take out the fuck is it called? It's the nodes that teleport you. And this doesn't stress heal herself, but the flagellant can pull stress off of her. She's also another healing option, which means 3 of them can heal and she can self-heal. This might be a better way to go. She does have her healing skill. She has her full set. Yeah. Is it worth the full set? 25 pro... kinda. Is it? This is definitely worth it. I think. I have to consider that.
Hello there.
What's going on? Because she's not primarily a healer here. She's actually primarily here for damage. And this is accuracy and crit, but only against marked. Would she be better just taking some damage? Speed, damage, crit. Accuracy and speed in position 4. Crit and damage. Speed and accuracy. She could also take the crescendo box, because he doesn't actually really need it, probably. He could even go like that. Or the classic that I often do for him. He could even go like that. So this is crit and damage for range skills. This is equal damage, slightly less crit, but it gives her more speed. That might be valuable. This is a ton of accuracy and a little bit more speed. She need that accuracy? She's got the default. She's got unerring, which is damage, not accuracy. Default accuracy, this is 150. She doesn't need additional accuracy. Is the way to go instead of the... And I also get 4 camps here. So a lot of stress healing can come from camping, especially if my path is good because I don't get teleported. Alright, before we go onto this mission, I do need to use the restroom real fast. This just be a real quick break. So 2-3 minutes, I'm going to stand up, use the restroom, and then we're going to start this 3rd dungeon. And I think I am taking the Musketeer over the Jester, so... We'll see if that works. I'll be right back in just a few. Alright, thank you for your patience during that break. Here we go. Alright. Bleed Out is just a really good ability against the Mammoth Siths. So, I might not even run Wicked Hack. And I want Adrenaline Rush on because her ability to purge her own bleed and blight is very good here. With the Vestal in the party, he won't need Redeem, so I will run like this. And I can switch to Endure if stress is building up. When stress is building up. So obviously she'll want Skeet Shot. She needs her basic attack. She's the only one who benefits from her own mark, but it can be big, especially against the Mammoth Siths. She doesn't really need Patch Up because there's two other healers, so I might not run it. I want Skeet Shot, but Smokescreen can be a very strong debuff. I just don't know if it's worth it. Let's start with it and we'll adjust accordingly. Oh! She's got her damage buff. She's got the party heal, if it comes to that. She's got the buff. She's got everything. Okay, she needs Encourage. Just in case. Okay. Okay. My torch is going to be fine. I have Skeet Shot and Dazzling Light to keep it up. Take extra. Or do I take medicinal herbs? You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, this is the only exhausting length mission in the game where you have 4 camps. All right.
The interminable stone holes are but an antechamber. The creature is vast beyond measure, and must be battled from within. Step over the threshold, and let the terrible truth worm its way into your mind.
Prepare yourself for the longest, most grueling quest of your campaign. Uh-huh. Now, this mission can go very quickly if you have really good fights, and you're able to take out the polyps, which are the thing that can teleport you around. Or, not the polyps, it's the white cell stalks. Those are the ones that can teleport you around.
The Gateless Gate. A maddening aperture to realms beyond human understanding.
Alright, so I want to go straight, and then I want to go down, and then I want to cut across to the right, and go down again. It's entirely possible to get to the center in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights? 6 once you get to the Mammoth Cyst. It's possible. Uh-huh. This is what it looks like. This is what it ought to look like. actually, if I go to the right, I can skip a fight. But if I go down, I get one additional fight. Do I skip a fight against assist? No, I don't. Okay. So if I go to the right, I fight 3 hounds, but I cut out a fight in totality. This map is confusing as fuck. Yeah, there'll be a fight in this room against 3 hounds.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose
Just want to kill them front to back, one at a time, as quickly as we can. Nice welcome to the dungeon. So wonderful, game. Thank you. Well, it'll be dead on its next turn.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
No stress heal. Come on, game. 67% per hero.
Strength to follow it.
Got 0.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Thank you. It's not much, but it's what we've got, so.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
All right. Our next fight will be after this room. It'll be against a mammoth Sith and a white cell stalk, and we need to kill the stalk so it doesn't teleport us. And then the cyst can do just a lot of damage. And then we have another fight in the room right after this against an antibody, double hound, and a single polyp. But this fight's the one that matters because we don't want to get teleported by this. Wow, resisted the bleed. Okay, now we just gotta kill this fucker, which is no small task.
Forgiving.
So if we can keep ahead of this, then we'll be fine. That's why I normally like someone who can guard.
Fear.
Wow, resisted the bleed. It only has a 54% resist, and it resisted. Low damage considering it's marked. Damn it. Why I brought anti-venoms instead of, or I contemplated extra anti-venom instead of extra bandage. Alright. Jeez. These guys are not small fights. They're boss fights. And there's multiple of them. The only good thing is when we do kill a stalk, he has to summon another one, which gives us, it takes one of his actions for the turn. He's putting all the stress on the one person who can't be stress healed by her stress heal. That's why I brought her over the Jester, is specifically because she can reach into rank 4. It didn't bleed him. I am sick of their bleed resist right now, dude. That is stupid. That shit needs to quit. Oh, come on! Thank you.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
How does that fucking thing dodge? Really? Okay, she's just gonna be fully stressed out, apparently. She resisted the stress from it. And he's healing it. Of course he is. Okay, it's dead to the bleed. That could put her to death's door. I need a heal before her turn. Ooh, I hate these fights. Okay, he has to run his stress heal 100% of the time, apparently.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
And there's no pathing that allows you to avoid fighting at least one mammoth cyst on your way to the center. So you're kind of stuck doing it. Not kind of, you 100% are.
A devastating blow.
And it resisted the bleed, even on a crit.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Diminished.
Don't heal him, you fucker. I'm gonna trust my Hellion lands this attack. was disgusting. Ah. Well, it might not teleport us. That was its second action. It's still low chance that it teleports you on its second action. Last year, I don't think I got teleported a single time, so we're already doing worse. We cannot retreat from this fight because it's not a room we scouted. And now I have to figure out my path from here. And we still have to go through a Mammoth Cyst. That one, thankfully, will be at the health total we left it at.
The wounds of war can be healed.
We just have to determine if it's worth going back that way. Well, it's not overconfidence. Her accuracy is exceptional. The fact that she missed there is a single-digit percentage.
For death by inches. Precision and power. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Think you have a path to the center from where I am now? Yeah, it pulled me south of the one Mammoth Cyst. Yeah, it pulled me south of the two Mammoth Cysts closest to the entrance. So if I go straight 2 rooms and then south, I just have to fight a Templar Gladiator and then the final Mammoth Cyst. So I don't need to go back to this one. Yeah. Call it a little bit lucky if you want. I don't really think it's lucky, but... What I mean by that is, I'd still rather we didn't get teleported. Not that where we landed wasn't somewhat lucky.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I'm gonna feast this time, but I'm gonna be careful about feasting. Alright. So we won't have a fight until this hallway where we fight double antibody hound. Or no, just single antibody hound. Might be one of the easier paths. The only thing we could have gotten done better is if we teleported to the south in a fight with no room, and then you just walk north and you have a single gladiator and then the fight. Now, it doesn't mean once we reach the fight we're good, because the fight where the Locust Beacon is, which we're here for, is a Mammoth Cyst, which can summon stalks, which can teleport you. So you might be in that fight multiple times. Oh, I was right. It is double polyp. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that game. Well, that does actual damage. It's not terrible. I want to save most of my anti-venoms for the main assists, but I can't let my, you know, health self just get too destroyed. I wouldn't say that it's overconfidence to bank on single-digit percentages not happening very often. I would say that's logical.
Impressive.
She's on death's door.
And now the true test.
I love it.
Hold fast or expire.
This pulls her off death's door on her turn, so... Even if she's stunned, thankfully. As obviously she was. The problem is she now has the mortality debuff. Just heal her again. Damage. Wrong place for the crit, but sure.
The ground quakes.
They're both dead.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
Irritating. We take the chances to heal when we have the chances to heal, so... Really. Good dodge.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Antibody double hound polyp in this room.
The light, the promise of safety. A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Fuck you, game. You know what? Oh, look at that! Another dodge. So wonderful.
Masterfully executed.
Resisted the debuff. Instead of judgment, I just try for a bigger heal there. Thank you. Don't get pulled. Son of a bitch. She's already stunned, you idiot. Fuck you, game. I think that enemy has a either 11 or 14% chance to dodge and has done it twice.
A powerful blow.
In a row. I really need him to be getting attacked more, because it enables a lot. Again, normally I prefer to have someone in this position, in this slot, that is able to guard the healer. That attack does way too much damage for also being a stun. Or it just has that massive attack, like, damage range. Come on. Okay, game. Fuck you.
Singular strike.
Imagine her first two didn't miss, he'd be dead. It's like a 50 or 60% chance to land the stun there. So, you know, don't count on it, but it would have been nice.
Of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Nice crit. Zero stress heals. Thank you, game. We're okay coming out of this fight. Yeah, it's a nasty one. Which is why you hope the Hellion doesn't miss 2 times to open the fight, but sometimes the game just says, ah, fuck you. Wow, resisted the bleed. It's almost dead. Shut up.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
South to an empty room, right to a Templar gladiator, and then Locust Beacon is the next room over. She'll still be buffed. They'll both be buffed for the first encounter with that Mammoth Cyst, and if we're lucky, the only one. I have to debate whether I'm camping here or waiting, because if it does teleport me, I could be in much worse shape and need more than 2 camps, but...
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
I'm gonna bank on it.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
The Templar, Guardian, Gladiator, 3 steps in. These are like the Templars, except they only have 1 action a turn, and they don't have the Revelation ability. So they're much less dangerous. These guys have a lot more dodge, so... okay, but still bullshit. Wow, he has a 68% bleed resist, and he resisted that. And she got stunned. At least she's still in position 3 and can shoot at it. Kind of low. That's what I'm talking about. Yes! Fucker's dead.
Their cursed champion falls.
We gotta make this fight count. I wonder if the teleport ability, it must have like 200% accuracy so that you can't avoid it. Better start. Also, the Houndmaster's Guard, or Mark, is better against these because it removes that 25 prot, whereas removing its dodge is, I would say, less impactful. Because these don't have super high dodge compared to other late game enemies anyway. That's beautiful. We need to do that a lot. If it catches the bleed, it's dead. Of course it didn't. Gotta waste a shot on it. We've done almost no damage. But these are attrition fights, so... of course. Oh, I forgot to use holy water on her, so... she could have maybe resisted that blight. Okay, it's dead, so she can get an attack here. Not her, the Hellion, but... big bleed. Okay. She's on death's door. And blighted. She could die and then we lose. So it can theoretically be dodged. She could... okay. Don't kill her, game. Don't do that to me right now. This won't pull her off death's door because this ticks for more. That's why I put the bandage on. She'll have 1 health. Unless this...
perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
and she's fully stressed, and we don't have a stress heal equipped. Awesome. This is where we lose the campaign, folks. She didn't die.
Find it in no short supply.
Stop talking!
Death cannot be escaped, but it can be postponed.
Need to do 22 damage to this. Need to do, yeah, 22. Don't get moved. Relatively small heal. Okay, it's dead on its turn, exactly. Big damage. Nice crit on that. Big damage. They're both alive, but big damage. Big damage back, big bleed. Big freaking bleed. 19-point bleed. It's got to use an action for summon. Big damage. It only has 6 health after that bleed. Revivify. It's got to summon, and then it dies on its next action unless it gets healed. Fuck yes. Now we just got to not get teleported. Now we just gotta not get teleported. Oh my fuck! Because if we get teleported, we have to fight back to this room just to complete the dungeon, essentially. Thank you. It didn't get the bleed? Okay. It's healing itself instead of teleporting us. I swear if you miss again. You bitch. Okay. Oh, that's so irritating. Fuck this fight.
This expedition at least promises success. A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Okay. The thing that resolves the thing they're suffering from should not be able to be resisted by the thing they're suffering from. Game? It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're sick and you want to get better. Here's medicine to make you better. Fuck your medicine. That's not, no. No. Fuck you!
Furtive and vulnerable.
That's so bullshit! They refused it multiple times. The chance of them refusing is less than 50%. She refused 3 of the 4 actions taken to heal her. Absolutely ludicrous. Whatever. It doesn't really matter because we're probably never using them in another another quest in this entire dungeon. And you know,
at last,
but
the
it's not
twisted
the
heart
point.
of the world is laid bare for sword or
And they come out and
supplication.
cure all stress. It's just the function of it acting like that is beyond irritating. I never got one of those. All right. So, I can cheese this and win without much effort. Essentially, all you do is take a man-at-arms and take 6 shard dust. Your heroes get so much dodge that it's just an attrition fight that's not honestly overly difficult. But the other way is to do this. This is damage, speed, and dodge, which I think is just too valuable. So, the reason for only taking 2, I've talked about this a lot, is that there is an ability called Come Unto Your Maker that the Ancestor uses at certain hit point thresholds that automatically kills someone in the party. And it happens twice. But if you only take 2 people, it never happens. Now, I could do that. I could take 4 people in here, and the final fight's not all that difficult, and you just 2 people will die. Or I can take 2, not do the cheese of the shard dust, and attempt to do it this way. There's nothing else I can get that's going to change anything here. We have Cartographer's Camp. We have Altar of the Light. We have the Training Ring. I'm not risking the run. We still have 1 week. You have week 100 to, so if I fail here, I have one chance. I can send 4 people and win. And you don't really want to send Man-at-Arms because he can get high prot, but he's still going to get hit. Whereas the Houndmaster, ideally, is dodging most of what happens. Just have to make sure these are what I want. Let's do it. This is risky, but that's what we're here for.
In all my terrible researches, what I sought was a glimpse behind the veil, a crumb of cosmic truth. I found it here, and in that moment of brain-blasting realization, I ceased to be a man, and became a herald, an avatar of the crawling chaos.
Okay. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I kind of understand why the mechanic exists. It's to reinforce the fact that the game's brutal, it's gonna take from you no matter what, and the Ancestor is that powerful to just be able to, regardless of what you do, take people from you. But I don't like those types of mechanics in most games. I want my ability to be the deciding factor, or bad luck to be a deciding factor, not just
in your petty pursuit of family redemption. You consume those who rally to your cause, and in so doing, you strengthen the thing, accelerating the end. This is as it should be. It is why you are here.
You literally see the Ancestor transform into the heart. But I don't like when the game just takes something from you with no input from the player being part of it. And so that's why I'm choosing to attempt it this way. And also to avoid the cheese of just spamming shard dust, because that's kind of meh. No, I'm not using shard dust.
We are chained here forever, you and I, at the end of the world. Free yourself, rouse the thing, and embrace the ineffable cosmic hideousness that lives within us all. You still foolishly consider yourself an entity separate from the whole. I know better. And I will show you.
All right. Okay, so we'll have to keep the dodge up on 2 turns, and then cycle 1 attack in every 3 turns. That's what I don't want to have happen. Good. About a 20% to land when he's not on double dodge. Okay, that's the one I need to kill. Go down to 82. Discard again. That's 1 damage. Another imperfect. Nope, it's not imperfect. Annoying heal, but sure. No thanks. We are not the same. I'm gonna dodge you. I don't want a reunion. I can try and get an attack in every other turn and he'll still stay at 82 dodge, which is pretty high, but it does open a lot more opportunity to be hit. So. If I can do that... Oh, he resisted it. Of course he did. The bigger difference isn't that it makes him open to being hit, it's that it makes the Crusader open to being hit. Because the Crusader's not guarded. He still dodges pretty well. But this... And then if he eats a stun or something, you know, so... We're just gonna keep the guard going. Okay. And the Crusader can take a hit or two. He's the fucking tank, but... Oof. That's what happened when I dropped that dodge by not doing it. He just took 2 hits because of... Yeah, so we'll just keep it going. And now we have to spend multiple turns kind of getting this stress back under control. So it's going to slow down our offense, but that's okay. This is not a quick approach. Not an approach for quickness. They fully healed anyway, so I'd be restarting all the damage over again on whichever one. And I would expect to a lot of people this doesn't seem all that different than using the Man-at-Arms strategy, but I'm not using an ability, or an item that basically bypasses a game mechanic, which is what Shard Dust does, essentially. So, maybe that's just self-justification, but there's no guarantee this wins. The other way, it's basically guaranteed. So, in fact, I could see this getting quite messy on Phase 3. Because the attacks they target both. Okay, got a sporadic, so that's another damage that we can do once we kill it. We're not immune to their attacks. At 102 dodge, they have about a 10% to hit us, because most of his attacks have about 113 accuracy. So, we're not immune to being hit. We've just done okay so far. Yeah, Sergeant Salami, I did last year, and as I said, last year when I did, it just made it feel kind of flat. It was like, yeah, okay, we won, but it just didn't feel like a victory. I don't know that this will either, but I have a feeling it'll feel a little bit more like one. Whew. Good dodge. Should dodge. Don't heal! We should still be able to get him with one attack. So. Good. That's 1 more damage. We just gotta do that 4 more times. Get an imperfect and then kill it. To do 1 damage to push to the next phase. I need to get his stress back down before he virtues. So we're gonna be spending about 10 turns fixing his stress. Which sucks, because now there's an imperfect right there. If that had hit him, he would have tested. Either of those. A couple crits could help this go faster, gang. Just saying. Or if you do hit him and make him virtuous, like, I'll take that. That'd be, make him powerful. Or whichever one adds dodge. I think there's one that adds dodge. Basically, yeah. I could have gotten 5 dodge higher if I had 1 trinket, but I never got one. If I had a camouflage cloak, I could put it in place of Wilbur's flag, and his dodge would be 5 higher. Or, if he had evasive or luminous. So technically, if you like really tried to min-max this, you could get his dodge 15 higher by having a camouflage cloak and then evasive and luminous. And he would go up by 15 more dodge. And he would basically be immune to being hit at that point. Or it'd be the minimum, which I think is 5%. So, as it is right now, it's roughly 10%. So, still pretty good, but could be twice as good. Vigorous. Okay, that's the one I need. If he does get virtuous, I need him to get vigorous. There's almost a point where you want to try, because the Crusader can fix it if the numbers work with you, but... Okay, well, he's gonna test, so we're gonna find out. Ha! Well, he didn't get vigorous, but he did get a virtue, so, like... hard to complain too much. Yeah, Fearful increases dodge by 10%, but the difference there is he could refuse to take an action on his turn, and that could be obviously detrimental, hugely detrimental. We dodged like the first 12 attacks, and now we're getting hit quite frequently. Of course, I have some wiggle room, because he has to go to 200 before it matters, but... yeah, 100%, obviously, virtue. Vigorous would be amazing here. But he got focused, and... hey, that buffs his accuracy. So that's not bad. It makes the Crusader better at his portion of this fight, which is the damage. So... Powerful would also buff the attack power of other party members, so... I know there's one that can self-stress heal as well. That would obviously have been decent as well. That's enough now, game. You've had your fun. We already got virtuous. You can piss off now. We are not the same. Good. Alright, I need to get his stress down even though he is virtuous, just to ensure that it stays down before we go into the next phase. So, also, healing his stress will pick up the little bit of health damage he's taken. 3 points at a time. So yeah, yes, this is similar in execution to the Man-at-Arms strategy, but it's about using the game mechanics, not using something that subverts the game mechanics. So maybe that's just self-justification, and it may not work. Like, we could still easily lose. But... also, this is, like, way slower than the Man-at-Arms strategy, because the Man-at-Arms strategy, once you buff with the Shard Dust and then stabilize your stress, you have 2 people attacking basically every turn. Here, we have 1 until phase 3, and then both of them will attack. Because in the final phase, the attacks hit both of them anyway, so guarding isn't as valuable, at least not every turn, and you want to dog biscuit and start hounds rushing. So, that's the plan. Oh, you got a crit heal. Stress heal. Nice. Good job. Get that stress in order, sir. Nothing about it's fast. We're not here for a fast fight. We're here for a you can't cheap me out of 2 team members fight. For a screw you game, I'm not doing that fight. Five. We had a single party wipe on week 63, which I could have avoided at least 3 of the deaths, but I tried to push on. And then we lost our bounty hunter on the last fight of the second darkest dungeon quest. So just earlier in the stream. Nice crit. Oh, I crit, so they crit. Fuck you! My crit only heals for, like, a portion of that, and then his crit gives me fucking triple the stress back. I want to save my holy waters, bandages, and stuff for the final phase. Yeah, I should just be using Inspiring Cry. Because Battle Heal without a trinket is just too weak. Come on, game. Piss off now. Now we had this, we started at around 86, and we had it down to 18, and now it's back up to 66 in very short time. Because of one crit. Okay, well, with that buff, I'm gonna be swinging. The crit was in the wrong place. Still healed him a lot. Come on! That's the other advantage to the bolster spam, is that it lowers stress to the minimum that you can take. And instead, he's getting hit like crazy right now. Right as I'm trying to push through for 1 more damage, too. And of course it doesn't kill. A long fight, in case anyone was curious. Another imperfect. Okay, now I have to work this down because it's piling up. Too many 10% happening in a row. There is a mechanic in this final fight that at certain hit point thresholds when you're fighting the heart, it will automatically kill 2 of your team members. It is unavoidable. There's nothing you can do to avoid it other than insta-killing the boss past those hit point thresholds, or bringing only 2 characters so that the ability never triggers. That's the route I'm going. And the game is being a bitch about it right now. It's a little bit annoying. It's the type of ability that I talked about this before. I don't think you were here. It's the type of ability I don't really care for in games, where it's unavoidable and it's detrimental, but I understand why and how it fits into the tone of this game, but I still don't like it, so I'm playing around it. There are multiple ways to play around it. You can cheese it, which we've talked about a lot, by using a Man-at-Arms and 6 Shard Dust to spam bolster until basically you're immune to getting hit. Or you can use parties like Leper getting buffed insanely, or Jester getting a huge finale buff, damage buff, and then hitting the heart and killing it from roughly 76% health to dead in one hit so that it never gets to trigger the ability. Or you can bring 2 characters and find a way to win with them. That's the route I'm trying. And the game is being an asshole about it. We were down to 18. We were down to 18 stress. He's already been tested to 100% once. And then we got down to 18, and he's been back over 100 3 additional times. Not all the way, but in totality. But I don't want to progress to the last phase until his stress is at least back down to 20-ish. Six higher than previous turn because 2 of the attacks landed at a less than 10% chance to land. Oh, that's irritating. I swear if they land another one, I'll just push through, but I'm gonna try a little bit longer to maintain it, or to fix it. We did really well at the beginning, and then the game was like, oh, wait a second. I'm Darkest Dungeon. You're not allowed to do well. Yeah, no one said this was gonna be fast. There you go. Exactly. Slowly and gently. That's how the ancestor gets robbed of his bullshit abilities. You've gotta be kidding me, game! Fucking quit it! damn it! Oh, that's irritating. Is it really that much blood? You're bleeding for 3. It's not like you're bleeding for 10. We're under 100 by 1 point. The other benefit to Wilbur's flag, we're back over 100 by 23 points because the game's an ass. The benefit to Wilbur's flag over something like Camouflage Cloak is stun resist because it chooses, the ability it chooses is a stun. And if he gets stunned, that obviously screws a lot of things up. Every time I start to work it down, they land 2 attacks out of 4. They're landing at a better than 10% clip right now, and it's irritating. Way better. I know it's not super exciting, but this was my chosen approach, so... Fuck off, game! You've got to be kidding me! They should be landing 1 out of every 10 attacks, which means once every 3 full turns, they should land 1 attack. Because they each get 1 action every turn. Obviously, that's compressing the odds down to a very finite window, but I guess mathematically, even if that's the consistent trend, we probably still fall slightly behind on stress heal. So we have to do slightly better than the math would say we should. And instead we've done substantially worse. So that's 3 turns we didn't get hit once, but we're still recovering from multiple turns of bullshit, so... The game's just gonna be an absolute prick. Yeah, 2 in a row. I'm not gonna be able to maintain it because the game's a dick. So we'll just hope we can push it at the end. Not only is it landing attacks more frequently than it should, but it's critting far more frequently than it should with the small number of attacks it's landing. I have to get his health up, at least. Which I should just be using this for anyway. We have to be full health when we push it to the final phase. Even I can't fix his stress, because the game refuses to allow me to. So I'll just have to let his stress get fixed via going to 200 and having a heart attack down to 0, which will reset his stress, but he'll also lose focus. And it needs to stop making him bleed. God, that's so irritating. Thank you for making that attack pointless. Come on! It's not even bad RNG at this point, it's just bullshit. Even just trying to fix the health. Thank you. Good crit. Just trying to get the health up before we push this last damage. Well, there goes his stress, but there goes his virtue. I would expect, if you look at this over the totality of the fight, that the number of attacks landed is probably mathematically pretty accurate. That doesn't make it feel like it during the fight. Alright, I just need a heal here and a couple heals here. I used the wrong heal, but it would have healed him to full, even if it didn't crit, so it was fine. Yeah! Let me fix that health, and the game's like, no, I'm gonna land another attack right now. Right when you're okay, right when you're ready to push, we're gonna land another attack. That also puts a bleed on, just to nullify the healing that you're trying to do. A turn away, or, you know, 1 kill away from pushing into the next phase. And then it just has to keep landing a fucking bleed. Seriously! How many fucking times, game? Legitimately so stupid right now. You've got to be kidding me. No, I did that on purpose. Because I was considering using a bandage here anyway. So stupid. That's like 3 of the last 8 attacks have landed. Try to do one thing. The game's just like, nah, fuck your plan. I was 1 heal away from his health being ready to go. And then the game's like, yeah, but what if we fuck that all up? Now you're just pissing me off, game. Math for how many fucking attacks have landed. That's what the math is for. Because there's far more landing than should. Yeah, and when he tests again, he's not going to get virtuous twice. So... I'm 1 heal away from the Houndmaster's health being full. So now the game will have to land an attack. Because it can't let me get his health to full. That would be a travesty. We got his health full. He had to gain 77 additional stress to get there. Yeah, against 102.5 dodge. It's closer to 1 in 10. Oh, come on. The game rounds half percentages in the favor of the player, not the...
Remade.
That's why it's closer to 1 in 10. If he's position 1 or 2, the Crusader can hit him. Otherwise, the Crusader can't hit him, so... I'll explain it more when I'm not in the middle of being annoyed at the game. Got a stun. Guard. this is the phase that was gonna be the problem. We're gonna dodge every other turn. Or guard every other turn, but not every turn. And the bleed's annoying, and the stress isn't great. Get a stun. Offsets the attack. Good dodge. Put him all the way to the back, though. Wow. He got his turn back to back. Low damage, but the stress. Little stress heal. Guess we'll take that. Heal here. Bleed. No bleed. There's his virtue test the second time. Probably fails it. And then we have a real problem. I've got a stun. Guess we'll try. We're lucky and he does the single target more often. See, what's the accuracy of that attack? Because it hit him on 102% multiple times. Unless the accuracy of that attack is exceptional, which I didn't think it was, but I might have just not seen it properly. Then that needs to be being dodged more, because he's barely dodged it on 82 or 102. In fact, he's higher now because he has +5 from the affliction. So he's at 108 dodge. And it's still getting hit by Unmake Them All. What's the accuracy on that? It's 113.75. He's at 107 dodge. He's been hit 4 times in a row by that ability. Well, that's pretty much us losing these two characters, so... I don't even care about the crit. I care about the fact that he's landing such a high percentage of attacks on the Houndmaster. Not even just critically hitting him now. Yeah, so we lose. Is why I wanted their stress fixed before I pushed into this phase. Bjorn, I'm gonna ban you in a second. I'm aware that you can bring 4 characters here. I'm doing this very purposefully, and I've already talked about it multiple times. The passive-aggressive nonsense in chat gets fucking irritating, man. Oh, he finally dodged it. Holy shit. Yeah, that figures. I've done it. I did it in testing. It's not even that hard to succeed on. I'm telling you, we just got exceptionally unlucky for a very long stretch of time. This wasn't just theoretical, I tested it. The fact that he has not dodged, he's only dodged a single unmake them. That's the ludicrous part. He should have been dodging all but 1 in 10 of them. So we'll bring 4 characters and then it'll be kind of boring, honestly, because it's really not that difficult at that point. But double affliction makes this impossible. Even if I could, you know, manage the numbers to get through it, which I can't at this point. The worst part is we'll lose these trinkets. So. Which technically means I don't have all the ancestor trinkets because I'm going to lose 2 of them here. He doesn't have that much health. His health isn't the dangerous part. Only difficult part is I don't have a Vestal. that put the nail in it. Yeah. We could have almost had that. Oh, wow. It was on the week 100, even though that was technically week 99. So, there it is. That's how the campaign ends. We were technically on week 99, and I know that because we looked at it. But that's okay. I think that's because of the endless runs pushing the timer artificially forward. No, there's still a whole nother phase after that, Sobatox. But we should have had an additional week there. But it deletes it once you lose, so can't even look back at it. Not the way I'd have liked for that campaign to go out, but I had fun with it. We should have had an additional week. We should have had one more week to go. But I think the way it was counting the endless weeks is what pushed it over. Because even though you technically have that additional week, because the endless already counts the next week, even though you still get to take a mission there. Yeah. Because I had counted it out and figured I had one additional week, but... oh well, it was a good run. And honestly, no, you don't, you only lose if, the only reason I lost there was because of the week timing, which again, I think was calculated wrong by the way the game reckons it when you do an endless run in the farmstead. But the reality is, I know I could 100% win that campaign, and I'm not bragging. I go in there with a man-at-arms and a crusader and spam shard dust, and I never lose. Or I go in there with a team of 4 and win, so... the difficulty is making it to that fight, not winning that fight. I chose to do it in a different way, and the game just... literally, as someone in chat said, if you math that out, especially on that final phase that we were in, on Unmake Them All, hit the Houndmaster, I think he dodged it once. Even when he's not guarding, he has a 50% chance to dodge it. At least. And when he's guarding, he goes up to having the minimum 5% to be hit by it. And he dodged 1 out of a dozen, I guess. Yes, I did go with 2. So, some bad luck, but also just, yeah, that's just the way it is. But it was fun. One of my favorite games, still, even as frustrating as that was at the end. We'll be starting something new on Saturday, but I don't know what I'm gonna play tomorrow. I might just do something light tomorrow, FTL or Slay the Spire or something like that, and then we'll be starting XCOM of some sort on Saturday. I don't know what kind, because I put a poll up in Discord to gauge what people might like to see, and it was artificially made to be exactly even, which gives me 0 useful information. So I guess I just won't try to poll anymore. So, yeah. So, we'll start XCOM of some version on Saturday. Probably XCOM 2, but I have to just see what kind of catches my interest and see what I have installed and ready to go by then as well. So, thank you guys for hanging out tonight for the conclusion of our Darkest Dungeon run. It didn't go out on a win, but that's okay. Like I said, that's a fight that I know there's really no challenge to winning it unless you add something to it to make it challenging. And I tried to, and it didn't work out. The game didn't really like the math in my favor, but that's okay. I had a lot of fun doing it. I'll definitely be back to Darkest Dungeon again in the future. I don't know when. Last time we played it was almost exactly a year ago, so it might be sometime next year. again before we get back to it. But we got a lot of XCOM coming up. Like I said, probably XCOM 2 of some version. Probably not heavily modded, but we'll see. And then I want to get back to Long War for Enemy Within, because the last campaign, I didn't finish it. I ended it partway through because we were just dealing with so many bugs. I got super frustrated with how often bugs were happening that were causing issues with progressing the campaign. So, you guys have been absolutely awesome. I really appreciate you hanging out tonight. Sorry I couldn't deliver a win, but I hope you had fun watching and hanging out either way. We had some good moments for that campaign. It was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to getting back to that game in the future and more games to come. XCOM starting probably Saturday. Something, roguelike or something tomorrow, but I'll update in Discord if I decide on anything particular. Otherwise, hopefully I'll see you guys here tomorrow for some good times. And yeah, there is a section in the Discord for the XCOM 2 roster. If you haven't already sent me a soldier file, you're welcome to send one through there. And if XCOM 2 is the way we go, I can import your files. Keep them fairly minimal on mods, especially for soldier customization, because I don't have a lot of them installed. And I'm not looking to install 1,000 mods just for soldier customization, so keep it fairly vanilla, and we can adjust a little bit once we get going. Plan on XCOM 2 Saturday. I'll let you guys know if I decide on something different. Thank you for the good times, good vibes, and good conversations. And as always, I'll see you next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. I'll see you next time, folks. Adios.